walls, axes high, shields strong. From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, big Nick calls we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, big Nick calls we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. From horizons wild we roam, with thunder in our soul. Every battle brings us home to the stories ages told. Oh, big Nick calls we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey, old folks. Microphone is good to have. All right, folks. Welcome to this Thursday live stream. Well, the Karen Reed trial has a pause Thursday, Friday, Monday. So we basically know that the state won't call Trooper Proctor. Understand why? Because he really, he has been revealed to be a corrupt SOB, a complete disgrace, shady, corrupt, every adjective you want to put on him. Here's the thing. The state knew that before they put him on the stand a year ago. They already knew everything we know now and more. Probably, most likely, what we know is not even half of it. And they still put him on the stand proudly. Because they thought, even though everything he had done, that would be this will be a great choice. Now we know that the state won't even touch him with a 10-foot pole. Not because they don't like him, not because they don't think they have you. Well, but to be honest, they would put him on the stand even if, knowing everything we know now, had he not been fired, they would still put him on the stand proudly. So let's check out what happened a year ago with this. Trooper Proctor on the stand, introducing evidence and everything, testifying to what he did and didn't do. And just to refresh our recollection now, when the second trial, or what is it, 3 weeks in? 4 weeks? Oh, yeah, 4 weeks in, Jesus Christ. Just to see the differences, every piece of evidence he put in and how he testified when it. Yeah, let's just take a look at this asswipe. Knowing what we know now. There he is, hand up, swearing to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help him God. And well, you'll be the judge of that. How much he how truthful he was. So today we're going through the direct examination, and tomorrow in the slightly bust Friday law show we will go through the cross-examination. Now, first of all, hello everybody. Hello you here at YouTube, hello Rumble, and StreamYard are having a can't connect to X, which is really, really sad because I have pissed off a lot of anti-Karen Reed folks the last week or so. And of course, today is the day when StreamYard says, nah, X, nah, we are having a temporary issue for the last 3 hours. Yeah. I really need to change. We really need. I need to check another streaming platform because StreamYard sucks and it's expensive. But we are at least over at Rumble and on YouTube, and that has to do for now. So let's check Trooper Proctor out. I'm going to play in 1.25. So let's go.
Morning, Your Honor. Morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you...
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And, sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so how close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the State Police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the Homicide Unit...
5 years in the Homicide Unit. 5. And we can only imagine how many other cases he screwed up royally or lied about.
With the Detective Unit at the District Attorney's Office. What, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Remember this trial, how Trooper Bukaki tried to avoid everything? Well, case manager, yada, yada, yada. And here he is, Proctor himself. Whatever comes in, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., you own that. You own it. That's your call. Slightly different. Wouldn't you say? Slightly different.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in town?
Let's go back and see.
Training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also
He is certified in Celebrite software programming. Programming. I did not remember that. I did not remember that, folks. Okay. Yeah. 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 I mean, what the fuck? Okay. I have to tweet this out. All right. Hey, Andy. Yes, for the yellow jacket. Yes, it is duck yellow. I heard yellow ducks are very, very popular. Very, very popular in the Canton area.
So, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regards to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call?
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
Firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do or where to go or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple of different steps. Number one, it was.
Do you all remember Buchanan testifying about how they interacted with each other to get forward with this case? I don't remember that. Weird, isn't it? Weird.
Blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Buchanan arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned up your car at that time?
Shoveled. I mean, okay. By Massachusetts standard, maybe that is, oh, this is a lot of snow. My four-wheel drive cannot possibly get out of the driveway to get to a murder scene. I mean, that's just plain stupid. I mean, my old Saab I had before my current car, front wheel drive. I could plow through, 2 feet of snow with that thing. And this guy, oh, I have to shovel my driveway to get to a murder scene with my four-wheel drive. Pansy.
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan? If you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, sometime you both arrived around 10 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived?
We spoke with the, Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she.
You would think that the first thing he was told by everybody involved was that it's a dead cop. We are a few minutes into his testimony, and he still hasn't mentioned when he knew it was a dead Boston cop.
He was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflects identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
From 10 a.m. approximately, we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go?
From McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with it?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Mechanic and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Mechanic or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming through the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name, that
We
we had
know
discussed
that's
before
lie.
in the McCabe household, a Brian Albert.
You were at almost every opportunity, you made sure you were not in the presence of another trooper or cop. More cops should have been fired for his because of this trial.
Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I've met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was...
Oh, this is a really good point. If you have a company car and the weather is bad, drive the company car. And again, this is Canton Police Department. Why do you have such lousy cop cars? It can't drive through half a feet to a feet of snow. The roads were plowed. It was just that your driveways might not have been shoveled yet. I mean, this doesn't make sense. But as a fish says, I say this all the time, I have a company car when available. If the weather is bad, I prefer a company car because if I am to get in an accident, better the company car than my own. Yeah, that's good logic. Good logic.
The second reason, then, that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And in your application, did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There's no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye.
You saw all that, and you still, yeah, well, his initial, according to, testimony and grand jury, at least at one point in time, every cop in Canton believed John O'Keefe had been in a fight. Then a few hours later, nah, Karen Reed. So something happened that morning that made him and every other cop, not that every other cop was, oh, let's pin it on that girl instead. No, this is the lead detective. If he says, hey folks, I know we initially thought this was a fight, it wasn't. Everybody will follow his lead. Especially if Buchanan says, yeah, trust the lead detective. That it's not a conspiracy that involves every cop. It's him. And whoever told him, hey, pin it on a girl instead. Hey, will the guy in the house be in trouble? Nah, he's a cop too.
Those are the injuries that
If the sound is skipping or something of the sort, try to refresh the stream.
kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the black back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike them fairly common, the observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then have other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes? Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
He tried.
Now, in addition to sort of steps
This is
pedestrian. See, John?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear?
Yeah. When folks, when they are referring to people being knocked out of their shoes or knocked out of their socks in a crash, that is when it's a head-on collision. Why? Because the body takes all the force in the midsection, then thighs, knees, and the force makes your leg go whoop, and your shoes fall off. Not if your elbow, if you, as the state's case was at this point in time, if your elbow is struck by the rear taillight, spin you around. No, folks. Does it occur? Yeah, it's quite common that people's shoes are knocked off in an actual collision, a full body collision, not sideswiped or lightly tapped on the elbow.
With respect to the pedestrians and motor vehicle crashes.
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
Thank you.
And so with respect
you,
to your
Tommy.
observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's another one, a Lieutenant Brian Tully.
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the
Oh yeah, Brian Tully, wasn't he removed sideways and is now working somewhere else?
one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully? Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes,
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day? Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
yes.
And what are you aware of?
What, Judge Bev? I'll allow it regarding the investigation. Is not that's not proper. That's not proper.
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with a white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, sorry, let me just look up the song.
Somebody, sometime, at one point in time, in this, I mean, Canton, Mass is not a big town. The amount of sirens going off in that town is not normal. Folks, it's not normal. And also, you hear them drive out with sirens all the time. But apparently, we found a cop dead on a lawn. Let's be quiet. Seriously.
Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There was blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. They had been cut due to rendering first aid as well.
In the second trial, Buchanan testified that all the clothes were in a pile on the floor. So I would say his observations, not initial, maybe when they actually collected it and put everything in one bag, he might have seen it. But was it his observations where the clothes were in the hospital? Nah. Yeah, and he didn't observe any vomit. Folks, drunken vomit smells absolutely putrid. Especially after a few hours. Not noticing that? Yeah, no.
The pants area.
Now, subsequent
Hi, Lefty.
to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yeah. Concussion can cause vomit. Yeah. He vomited downwards. That is a very, very important thing here. Downwards. If he was knocked off his feet, knocked out of his shoes, onto the lawn where he... When did the... yeah, it does not make sense.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area.
Sir, when you collect evidence, you collect it separately. Separately, not everything in one bag.
From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room. The two.
Yeah, that would be correct, Mr. Proctor. If it happened sequentially within the same day or the day after. Not days, weeks, month and a half later. This is so stupid.
Evidence offices and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant
Remember those names? Trooper Shikitita and Trooper Kakowski? Because those were the names that Buchanan didn't remember in this trial.
have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation.
This is what did you do next? What did you do next? What did you do next? He has yet to actually visit. Why, as a lead detective, don't you go to the scene of the death? How can you, what in God's green earth made you think that, you know what, we found a dead cop on that lawn. Let's go there. Nah.
Station with Miss Reed on the phone. She informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Ms. Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home.
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dayton?
We contacted the Dayton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also, we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as
How bad are you at driving? And folks, it wasn't that much snow. These are just pansies.
clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dayton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, with the
Yeah, I agree with Gwenyon. They were prepared to seize the vehicle before they even talked to her. They already made their mind up that afternoon. And it's not a dead end cul-de-sac. I don't believe so, at least. Yes, runs with incisors. They are snow pansies.
weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions.
It
We
was
had traveled
not a fucking whiteout. Jeez. Oh. Recollection is coming back to me exactly how ridiculous his testimony was. White. That's not a whiteout. What was the weather guy saying? They had half a mile of visibility. I mean, it was snowing. It was windy. It was a bit stormy. It wasn't a fucking blizzard.
Very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you're in Sergeant Buchanan's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Buchanan position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country?
From what I recall, Sergeant Buchanan went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Buchanan approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight.
Oh, he has this perfect recollection of this event. I wonder when we get to the cross-examination tomorrow, how his memory will be.
On the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was
And why the fuck would you not take a picture of that? a proper picture. Why the fuck would you not go, oh, broken taillight, brush off some snow, take a picture?
About up to our waist and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Ms. Karen Reed, is that correct?
correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes. It's
So I'm showing you.
the difference in memory between a direct examination and cross-examination among state witnesses is also called cross-amnesia. Because all of a sudden, I don't recall. Oh, do you have a report I can take read through so I can remember what I lied about? I mean, so I can recollect.
Documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that after I'm finished.
Hey, Gwynn Garnett says, if the defense calls him, he might not be so defensive since they fired him and took his pension. You have to add on that if he admits to anything, that might be a federal investigation and federal charges onto him. So I don't think he will admit to anything. He will just be a wanker on the stand. Hey, Tammy, loved your jacket. Yeah, it's a nice one. Nice and duck yellow, especially for Canton. Now, it would be hilarious
Yes.
if he
What do you recognize it?
actually started
Registry
talking.
motor vehicles. It's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there, that same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes,
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle, is that fair to say?
correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call with seeking to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defense parents?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to
They, remember folks, they had all of that before anybody supposedly knew about the cracked taillight. They prepared everything to take the car, everything before they actually had solid evidence of what they believed or what they claimed was a car to pedestrian collision. So what happened in between? Well, we know that Jen McCabe and Kerry, talked it through. And then it was relayed to Trooper Proctor. Somewhere in this, there is an unknown factor, in my opinion. Something happened between roughly 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. nobody talks about.
The defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that one?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now,
we are seizing the phone and then we are writing a search warrant for it. And then he went on to get himself access to it before the search warrant was done, looking for nudes.
during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Ms. Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Ms. Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially
Hi, Dave.
tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant McKenna go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
Remember when you said you didn't have the vehicle in your possession until 5:30? That was a lie, wasn't it, Trooper Proctor? You lied roughly an hour to an hour and a half. You were in possession of that car.
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility.
Yeah, they drove past, I believe it was 4 or 5 other places where cops can impound a car. And I don't believe the Canton PD Sallyport was the only one with heating. They wanted it there for a reason.
Other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated set?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle? What, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah, Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sally Port area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sally Port Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sally Port area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off.
Folks, we have an idiot. Babs, January 29th in the morning, Karen found John at the roadside where she expected to find him from interview. You lying sack of shit. That's not in the interview. At no point, you lying sack of human garbage, did she say she expected to find him there. If you're going to troll me or being a jackass, you have to be funny or correct. If you're neither, you're a twat and a waste of space, a waste of air, and a waste of my time. Be funny or be correct. If you show up lying, off you fuck.
With caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
Is all of that in a report, Trooper Proctor? All right. You didn't write that down until much later.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Mechanic?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
That decision, to my recollection, came much earlier. More or less when it became clear that the house was had an Albert. They decided, well, they took it down later as to avoid it looking bad. They removed themselves from interviewing the witnesses. That was quite early. Here, Trooper Proctor is saying, no, that became much later.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a
everybody drops what they are doing, and the lead detective and his supervisor do not go to the alleged crime scene. They definitely don't go and knock on the door to the house and ask, hey, can you please tell us what you saw? Can we come in and talk to you? Absolutely not.
Collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that
Oh, I'm just a case officer. I'm basically just a records keeper. You lying sack of shit.
comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing in this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I have shared everything we had, kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was
Garino. Oh. All the stars aligned.
laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were
Butcher paper. I learned this recently. Bleached butcher paper has this effect that it destroys things. It's not a sterile piece of paper. It's actually full. It's decent amount of chemicals, and we don't know because you know what? Where is that piece of butcher paper now? Because if it was used to store the evidence, the clothes, it should have been in the evidence bag with the clothes. Never found. They just threw it away. Interesting, says, can it degrade DNA, Nick? According to the information I saw, I can't vouch for it. Yes, it can help with the degradation of DNA. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, say this was a proper investigation. They would have picked up one piece of evidence. First of all, they should have everything in separate bags. Then, even if laying it out to dry up, snap a fucking photo of it. Just to make sure that, hey, this is drying now. Nobody go near the fucking thing. Take a picture of it. And then a new picture once you believe it's dried up. Just to make sure. And then compare the pictures so nothing have been moved. And then you take one piece of clothing. Because even with some paper laying on top of paper, that should have gone with the clothing into the evidence bag. Because who knows what's on that paper? Who knows what's on that paper? Evidence would have been on that paper. I mean, it's this is so much incompetence, either willfully or sheer stupidity, but still incompetence?
Were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Buchanan and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by
Secure area of your office? Who could enter your office, Mr. Proctor? Everyone could access his office.
secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in.
So why did you took it upon yourself to handle the evidence? You collected it. Your first of all, you suck at collecting evidence. Absolutely suck at it. You had, boom, tape it. Even if, okay, say everything in the same bag, even though it's stupid, seal it, write your name on it, hand it over to somebody who does know how to handle evidence. That person will then handle it with a proper evidence log. His piece of tape, you tell him, hey, it's wet, we might want to dry it up. Okay, let's make it correctly. Let's put it on unbleached paper.
The evidence processing area gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022, were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes,
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document, correct?
Yes,
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe.
correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port Garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle.
correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances,
You forgot one thing there, Lally. You forgot, well, you forgot a lot of things, but one thing that you forgot, a crime scene investigator to take pictures, to get an evidence log. Every time somebody called in and said, hey, I just happened to drive me, what is the chief's name? Wachowski, whatever his name is. Hey, I'm an old, short guy with some visual impairment. I just happened to drive somewhere that is not between my home and work. And from the corner of my cataract eye, I saw something red. All right. Go home, Grandpa. We will get out. I will call a crime scene investigator, get out there and look at it. But no. Let's have this bozo. Yeah. Oh, it's so infuriating.
If you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2000.
Mr. Trooper Proctor, at February 1st, a couple of days after you put John's clothes on this butcher paper, you decided to, hey, let's, in this Sally Port where the red Solo cups and the Stop and Shop bag, and start collect. I mean, this is so stupid. This is so infuriatingly stupid. Oh.
2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st. Had you been in that Sally Port area of the Camden Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
And did you take any pictures on the 29th? Oh no, you forgot. Oh, you forgot. The horror, you forgot. Just as you forgot when loading the SUV onto the towing truck, no pictures. Folks, with towing trucks and a towing company, you have insurance. Because you don't want to be liable for stuff that might have happened while you were towing something. You can scratch a car. You can dent a car if you're not careful. The way to ensure that you, as a towing truck operator, isn't liable, you take fucking pictures of every angle, especially in a police investigation, just to show the cops, hey, I don't tamper with anything, so I'm going to take a few pictures here to make sure that there are no scratches. Because you don't want your insurance rates to go up. And here we are. 0 pictures of the car up until, well, up until the right rear taillight was thoroughly picked clean.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
the state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who was at an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day,
Did he record his doings to make sure he didn't scratch the car while doing it? No.
February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
As interesting says here, Canton never thought in a million years that they would be held accountable. No. They assumed she would plead out and everything would go away. They assumed this wasn't going to be picked up by a very, very annoying but very, very thorough blogger / journalist called Turtle Boy. They never thought this would go nationwide. They never thought this would go across the globe. They thought this was just going to go away, just as the Sandra Birchmore case. They just thought it would go away. And it didn't. And now Trooper Proctor, the corrupt cunt, is fired. And more cops at Canton should have joined him. But they settled with having him as a scapegoat. Hey, Ghost.
With court permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Ford video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m.
Oh yeah, the camera. Isn't it weird, folks, that inside you would assume that cops, in order to protect themselves from bad crooks doing stupid things inside the precinct and then blaming the cops, they would have excellent cameras showing in detail what's going on. And here you have this potato cam that at least it's not mirrored. But still, why would you keep this camera around? That thing. And if I remember correctly, the mirrored camera, which they claimed had been removed or changed or anything, in that what you call it, the investigation into Trooper Proctor, in that report it said that camera's still there. So what is it? We will see if the defense will be able. The audit. Thank you. The audit. We will see if the defense chooses to bring it up, but also there are some things in it that isn't good for the defense, so they might choose to not get the audit papers in here.
You can just pause it right there. Okay. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Right up.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's sticking on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sally Port area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And this is going to be with Ryan from here.
Yeah. No money to buy new cameras when they are overpaying crappy cops. Yeah. We learned a couple of weeks ago during Trooper Buchanan's testimony. Trooper Buchanan in 2024 made $211,000 a year. $211,000. That's a fuck ton of money, folks, for somebody who doesn't know what the word theory means, who has never done a evidence log and doesn't even know what it is. They pay that absolute twat over $200,000 a year.
So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we're the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the South Fork Garage of Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is reported or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection. Ask it differently, Mr. Laural.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection. Sustain.
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask it differently.
I'm not sure there's anything said.
No.
All right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that? Just sustain.
How do you watch this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there's a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
No, it doesn't. Hello, Mr. Jingles. For motion activated cameras, these cameras sucks because it doesn't actually record every motion. They're just bad cameras that probably just goes out once in a while. Now, yeah, of course, they are in some way, shape, or form, they are motion activated, but also they are very, very, it seems, what do you call it? Very, very adaptable into only showing what the person who has access to them wants it to show.
It tends to pause. I'll strike out.
It's going to run to about 9:24.
Then we're going to watch from. And now he takes a picture down there.
It's going to take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes,
And at some point, that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit.
correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay?
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can say
That was a video of a video.
Anything when I search, you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
There's a state police crime lab sticker with a number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We can just take a quick look.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
It's upside down.
Trooper, you can go ahead and put that
Idiot.
back in the box. Thank you very much.
You held it upside down. He held it upside down. Oh, wow.
Put it on the bag. We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy,
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
sorry, hold on. So it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
Remember how he was so careful with his gloves? Handling that bag and everything? Yeah.
May I inquire, is the A, the light, and the 44's back?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
You put that on the bag, please, sir. $544, $544A. Thank you.
With respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask.
Yeah, that's his credibility. Was it the same on the 29th and on the February 1st as now? And he said yes. Problem is, he is now fired. disgraced. He was fired because how he spoke about people, texted the text thingy. But the decision was twofolded. It was how he spoke, what he spoke, and what he wrote and everything. But the other part was mishandling in this case, general misconduct in this case. And general misconduct in this case should mean that everything he put a finger on is bad evidence.
Just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. You can see large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 20th?
You know, something just got to me. Every trial has a tool mark guy. Except this one. Now, tool mark when it comes to taillights and stuff is generally it's really bad science, but the state always put in a tool mark guy to show either, yes, we could match this with that, and I can testify it to a reasonable degree of shit science certainty. Here they don't. They don't have a tool mark guy saying, so just for the sake of countering the defense with, they did this. They prayed it off. They could just have a tool mark guy there testifying to, no, this has not been done via a tool. And they haven't. Imagine how bad a case is when they don't even want a sham science guy on.
Obviously, minus the snow and the ice.
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sorry, yes.
Thanks. Just doing, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Oh, ghosts. Good question. Vermont and Colorado winter road de-icing salt compounds wants to know how that taillight is so clean internally. If, as they claim, she crashed and broke it during a snowstorm. Yeah, and according to Proctor and everybody else, that was this way the entire time. When you drive first, what is it, an hour away, and then they tow it an hour back, there's a lot of debris flowing around just by the wind shear and the fact. Have you seen what happens in the back of your car if you're driving in snow? There's a cloud of snow going whooshy, whooshy, whooshy. And everything that's being whooshy, whooshied ends up in the back of the car. And yet, the inside of that lighthouse, tailhouse, but what basically clean. Weird, isn't it?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to
The one
essentially
time
dig out the
they
snow
brought-
in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, What, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And
But shovels can destroy evidence. We heard it twice now that you should have leaf blowers. Jesus Christ.
with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning,
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
Correct.
Now, with respect to
No, they did not cover
is
the
that
vehicle
how many
on
times
the
did you
tow truck.
go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We located a black drinking straw.
A black drinking straw. This is 5 days later, and these idiots claim that on the road near the curb, they found a black drinking straw that somehow survived daily plowings, cars driving past, and it was intact. For 5 days of plowing and melting and cars driving by, people walking by, and it was still at 34 Fairview. Does that sound reasonable to you? Sure as hell does not to me.
Consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar hole in the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different days that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, it was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had fallen,
It was not 2 feet of snow. The snow bank after 2 days of snow was 2 feet. But the snowfall was not 2 feet.
followed, the temperatures range from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
Yeah, you found the smallest and clearest pieces first in all of that snow that you dug through. And it gradually became larger and larger pieces that somehow... Oh, yeah. In second trial, that crime scene guy they brought with them, some of those they found at that time was both on top of the snow and under snow. Folks, if that crash happened, the collision at 12:31 something, it had barely started snowing. Every piece of headlight should be more or less on the lawn. And yet, 5 days later, they found taillight pieces on top of it. Isn't that fucking strange?
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well.
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
Listen to the wording. Listen to his exact wording.
To show that there's no damage to it, as well.
We wanted to show there was no damage to it. That's a very interesting choice of words. Why wouldn't you go there to check if there were any damage? No, you say here under oath that you went there to make to show there was no damage. Is that, Mr. Proctor, is that an unbiased investigation? Sometimes these people just slip up and tell you what they actually did. They didn't go there to collect any evidence. They went there to make sure there was no evidence.
As the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:00.
Oh yeah, remember, for the longest time, the state claimed that they saw no movement, no impact between Karen's and John's car. And yet, he goes there to check that there's no damage, or show that there's no damage. He knew. He saw the video, the surveillance video, the ring camera or whatever it is. He saw there were impact, and he went there to show there was no damage. Sometimes they say it out loud, folks. Sometimes they say it out loud.
7 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I...
Derek, is that the ring camera that disappeared? No. No, that one was actually collected. The ring camera that disappeared is the one where Karen, Jen, and Carrie walked out of John's home. Because remember, in the first trial, Jen McCabe testified that Karen showed them the broken taillight on their way in. And she probably didn't know there was video of it. And they impeached her on it, showing, yeah, you lied. And then in this trial, all of a sudden, she changes her mind and says, no, it was on the way out. Lying cow. The ring camera that showed them, also motion activated, The ring camera that should have shown them going out to the car, that one is the one that disappeared. That is the one they are trying to insinuate Karen removed. Here's the thing, folks. The ring camera was only accessible through Jan's phone. Who had access to Jan's phone? That guy.
Could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Just coming back after the pause. Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on the, or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the point from this.
Look just up on here on the scene. Here, if you see my cursor. You see my cursor? Look very, very closely, because they claim, look, oh, it's white, it's white. Yeah, but it's red. And red. There's red everywhere. I'm going to slow this down because I heard that. Slowing it down to half speed because I heard, and I'm removing the sound. Look at well, let's see if they show when she drives off. Let's see if they actually show it. Oh, come on. Okay. I'm going to 0.25 speed here. Look at what happens when it drives away. Take on that white stripe there. I haven't looked at it because I red. You know what the white was? According to Ian, and I agree with him, that was a reflection from the light at the house. You see all that red. And those folks, that piece, because according to the state, you see that exactly where my marker is, that is the one that is still there on the casing he showed. That piece here, all of that, according to the state, was found on the lawn of 34 Fairview. Look at all that red. And there you see white again, reflection. But you see that enormous piece of red taillight still not there. Still. According to the state, that lower red part there is at this point in time. At this point in time, it's on the lawn. Yeah, at this point in time, this is when she drives to Jan or Carrie or whatever it was. At this point in time, Jan has already been hit. Again, all red. All red. There is, you can almost, if you compare the two rear taillights, you might see a small piece missing. Roughly the size of the missing taillight piece they didn't reconstruct, which is probably laying right around here. And this is the state's own evidence. Okay, let's go back to normal and sound on.
Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port.
And they actually paused it here, where you see all that red.
And then the item that was just marked as evidence. What, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you
Yeah, because it's a small piece missing that is probably in the snow at John's car.
observe from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you.
Why are we even here?
Now, sir, you
at
proceeded
trial
to
number
One
2?
Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Team was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
So, Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. You those look up when you're finished.
I see here M169. Hey. And those viewers were so stupid or corrupted they didn't notice it. Here's the thing with when this is planned, how he asked the question and how he showed the videos. This is what narration does. Because since both Lally and Proctor narrated that entire video, that affects the listener. That affects the juror. Because we have seen it a couple of times. We know there's something corrupt. The jury at that point in time believed that Trooper Proctor was a good guy. They believed Prosecutor Lally was an honest guy. In some way, shape, or form. We know that this Mr. Proctor, former Trooper Proctor, is a corrupt son of a bitch. We know that Lally is at best, morally corrupt individual. We know that. The jury don't. So they listen to it, they listen to the narration, and that affects what you see. So, no, do I believe the jurors were so stupid or corrupted? No, I think they were just ordinary people. Well, with some exception, who just listened to the words said instead of trusting what they saw.
Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
It's 5:45 to 5:50.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Stillman, if I could have photograph 7752. And Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen is now the mark as exhibit 546?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this,
Folks. Again. Now, this car weren't driven. But in a snowstorm, when it melts, it leaves tiny, tiny droplets that you've probably seen it on your car, unless you unless you well, I notice it. I notice it. For instance, look at the car in front of it. There's still stuff on it. On this one, on his Chevy Traverse, it is so clean. It is shining. Now, there are coatings you can put on a car that makes it withstand weather better. But this car is shiny. It's too clean.
particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that's there's contact, if any, between Mr. Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on.
Maybe post briefing.
Okay.
It's too clean.
depicted, no, and memorialized in those photographs were just
Yeah. And why did they wait? That car, according to the prosecution, according to the investigators, up until just before the trial. I mean, just a few months before the first trial, they claimed there was no collision, no impact between the cars, that you couldn't see it on the ring camera. And there, Trooper Proctor was. And his sole purpose there was to show no damage. Not to investigate if it were damage, to show that there were no damage. Folks, when people say stuff like that, that's one of the few things that Trooper Proctor said that I actually believe him. He went there not to investigate. He went out there to make sure there were no evidence of an impact. As Go said, the tires, even the tires were shiny. Let's see here, where is it? Yeah, look. Even the tires and the rims are shiny. Sorry.
as well.
Okay.
Concealment if I could have. Photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now, exhibit 559?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Yeah, they are very focused on the bumper area. And still, look how shiny it is. A Lexus SUV is shaped as the taillights are further out than most of it. I mean, let's see. Let's go back and look at it. Let's go back and look at it. Where is it?
I mean, if you could press play from here.
You can visually see that John's car. Let's see here.
Okay.
If I can catch it better. Now, why does it light up this much? Well, it's because he probably has one of these outdoor lights that lights up with movement. And you can almost see it here, how the taillight is further out than the bumper. And here her headlights comes in view, which means, and this is, but look at the tire of John's car, or the entire car. You can see it visibly move. That's lighted. And let's talk physics. But it's just taillight to taillight. That wouldn't impact that much. Folks, it's not just, this is how physics comes in. You have here a 5,700 pound Lexus tapping into a 4,000 pound Chevy, or 4,500 pound Chevy. All the mass combined in one point of area, that is two massive objects going into a small area. That is the point of impact with almost 10,000 pounds of mass in one area. That cracks a taillight. An elbow doesn't. It simply doesn't. It's about mass. 10,000 pounds meeting in one small area, that cracks a taillight. An elbow against 5,000 pounds of car, an elbow, the mass is what's here. Hit with an elbow, what happens? You spin because the arm goes like this. Hey, Sally Port Ghost. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevrolet Traverse has a base curb weight of approximately 4,400 pounds plus 5,700 pounds is 10,100 and some pounds. It's mass, folks. That is why the headlight will crack by that little tap, because it's so much force into a very small area. An elbow has, what is it on an ordinary human? What is it? I have no fucking clue. I've never weighed my, I never weighed my arm. What is it? 15, 20 pounds if you're well trained. I have no, not that much. It doesn't make sense. Listen to the physics guys. I'm just referring physics to you. I'm not a physics guy. I'm just, my limited understanding of physics tells me no. All right, let's get back to the testimony from this fart face. Oh,
So he's able, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's memorialized in those photographs that were just sent to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to the surface vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
a good detailer can make scratches disappear. Just saying.
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I put before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
That many pictures of John's car and the garage doors. and barely none of Karen's car. Barely any car. They were more interested in proving show there was no damage than prove that John was hit by Karen's car.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
Permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Yeoman, if I could have photograph 7779. And Trooper, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen now with exhibit 559?
Yes.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or passenger side.
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now, with respect,
They are very focused on the bumper, even though by just putting the cars in that angle together, what is tapping into each other is the rear lights. It's so stupid.
Ms. Yeoman, if I could have photograph 7780. That's flashing. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, there's further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself, more pieces of plastic clearing red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant, that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team had came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
Yeah, Coach Ron?
Yeah. conveniently, those were the times he didn't bring a crime scene investigator with him. These are the times where the pieces he found just became larger and larger, because apparently in Canton, it's easier to see small, clear taillight pieces than it is more or less a hand-sized bright red piece of taillight. And nobody took pictures to see, okay, where exactly was it found? No calculation, none whatsoever.
So, bag. You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With the court's permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
I don't remember if it was Proctor or Buchanan that found more pieces of taillight in a bag than what was written on the bag. I don't remember which one it is.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You can place those
Small
back in the bag.
and decent size.
I'm also seeking introducing the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay. Is it 563?
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Dun, 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 dun.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and
I
open.
want to object, but I don't know what's about that.
Go ahead and open.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up, and
It's almost as if they were bagged by different people.
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
I can't see that far.
All right, so go.
I don't need a moment. No objection.
We got a number of tiny small pieces.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
The smaller bag will be 564.
Thank you.
The brown bag will be 564A,
Thank you.
containing 7 pieces.
And Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and move those items.
Look, that is an enormous piece of taillight that he claims wasn't revealed on the 3rd, 10th, 11th, and not until the 18th. That humongous piece of bright red taillight. Not until then that was revealed. And folks, people, the ones that lived in the house, didn't they walk their dog? Didn't they go to work? Didn't they take that route? And none of them checked the lawn? None of them? How is that possible? That only people who drove by saw it, but the people living in the house, actually looking out the window, well, unless they already rehomed the dog, why didn't they call in any of this? Answer me that question if you can. Look at that size. Just by common sense, wouldn't it be the larger pieces that were found first? Wouldn't it? But no, the largest pieces were found last.
Thank you, sir. If you could put those actions back. Your Honor, call motion seeking introducing the minutes of the next exhibit.
Why aren't they objecting? Why would they? Because I remember on the cross-examination that we will watch tomorrow during my slightly buzzed Friday law show, we will check the cross-examination. But let's get through this first.
65.
Lastly, sir, with regard to the fact from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may the witness.
Yes.
Several pieces? Why does it say several? Again, the sheer incompetence on a couple of the bags, there are the exact number. On other bags, several. Yeah, before string a bell. Hey, aren't the number of tail light pieces inaccurate? Yeah, once they put everything together, there's about a thumb size hole that is still missing. That I would argue is the one that went missing in the tap between the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse. So yeah, missing. Look at the size of those last pieces of taillight. And this motherfucker and the entire state of Massachusetts claims those were found last. When all folks, this doesn't make sense, does it?
Thank you, sir. If you could return those items to the back. Your Honor, the call both proceedings submitted as exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those.
Front lawn area. Where on the front lawn? No, just the front lawn area.
Respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those?
Oh, this is an interesting question. Ghost says, didn't Karen say she picked up or removed a small piece of a taillight too? She said she removed a small piece of glass from the nose area of John, but I don't believe that is taillight. I believe the reference is to the cocktail glass. So, not taillight.
Ring video.
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
What was the first one?
Hey, we got raided by Roslyn Duke. Thank you, Roslyn. Hey, Raiders. Welcome to the show. We've been at it for 2.5 hours. We are watching Trooper Proctor's testimony from the first trial, so we get refreshed on this absolute fuckery once he takes the stand as a defense witness. Because I do believe, with very little doubt, the defense will call him. Woo! Hey, Liz. Hey. And all you others, thank you for being here. It's a faster clock.
Essentially from the 24th to the 29th.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? What I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system.
This is a lie from Trooper Proctor. There was only one device that had access to the Ring camera. The phone. John's phone.
Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in or what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, this is just the state in this case, in the first trial. They are trying to suggest that Karen somehow had access to the Ring camera. This is a lie. It's a bold lie. But they do it anyway because they're trying to win the case.
With respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage is pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage.
Yeah, why is that, Mr. Proctor? Just from recollection, who had Mr. John O'Keefe's phone? That guy. What device was the only one that had access to the Ring camera? John's phone. Hey, hi Hadel, hey Special Bendy Bros, Scales. Oh, I should have kept reading. Ask Aulis, Awonkulo. Okay. Yeah. But this again, the state is trying to make it as if Karen is the one deleting video. No. John's phone, only device that had access to the Ring camera, and the person in possession of the phone is that guy. Isn't that strange?
There's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
That is a
What
lie.
any follow-up or inquiry did you make of
Before he testified, a bunch of this is day 22 in the first trial. I don't remember, but Jen McCabe was quite early testifying in the first trial, where she first said she looked out the window and saw Karen Reed's car at 12:45 a.m. We know, and she said it because she texted him while looking out the window. We know that, and we know it's a lie. We also know that Jen McCabe lied about Karen pointing at the rear taillight, because Jen McCabe testified to it was on the way into John's home. And then, bazinga, there was video of her actually never showing. And then all of a sudden, since then, she changed her mind and said, no, it was on the way out. And that video is missing.
Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if the video is deleted,
Yeah.
is there some type of a record?
Objection, Your Honor.
That was,
Yeah, as Liz points out, Karen handed Trooper Proctor her phone the afternoon of the 29th. He had both phones.
his inquiry, but next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if, a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their video system is concerned in regard to a digital footprint?
Objection.
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video
Bev, you don't get to re-ask a question. You sustain an objection, and then it's Lally's job to ask a correct question. She did this a lot in the first trial. She doesn't do it as much in the second trial.
is deleted,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
We're going to strike that.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
No.
Here, he tried to say it was deleted. The Ring camera, the information he got from the Ring camera never said anything was deleted, but he tried to say it anyway.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Mechanic with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Mechanic and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking my
I remember this from pre-trial. Oh, it was such a hassle. Such a hassle. And we are now know from the second trial that in the mixed DNA, neither Proctor or Mechanic's DNA were found on certain items, but they never tested it against an Albert or a McCabe.
my next point. That was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Mechanic made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular
No,
testing.
it wasn't. Oh, you were so
And as far as
close.
the testing or the, you know how that was, or can you describe to the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like a It's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that particular day, where do they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
I'm sorry, but I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs, or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the current ones, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister coordinated her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over at my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
You had family get-togethers with the Alberts. You was just trying to phrase it as if you just happened to be there. How does it look to the jury that this man got fired? Well, the defense brought it up in their opening statement, and I assume they are going to call Trooper Proctor as a defense witness. And he was at the wedding. Yeah, he was. He was.
Nope.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
Did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you, or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was, or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation, or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now,
Bullshit.
obviously you grew up in Canton, and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And the case. You talked to her about the case. And there, if you check the call logs between January 29th and days and weeks and even months, you can see him talking to his sister, and immediately after, Courtney calls her friend Albert, and vice versa. It is so corrupt, so insanely corrupt.
And she has, how many children does your sister have?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February, I'd have to.
So, one of your sister's absolute best friend, you are the guy to interview that one?
Look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I classify it as acquaintances.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
And let's get back from Eric, to my knowledge,
Curious, before we
he is
begin, Mr.
still
Lally, as you approach the podium
unemployed.
there, when I tell you that I strike something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship, if any, between Julie Albert and Christopher Albert prior to January 29, 2022?
Loose acquaintances.
People that you knew through your sister, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to the occasions that you had said where you may have been at the same place at the same time at a family function or something like that, over what period of time are we talking about, and about how many different instances of that occurred over those years?
Like I mentioned, they had never been to my house. It was either at my sister's home or at my parents' house. Over the course of maybe 10 years, I might have been at the same function half a dozen times.
And at those times that you were at the same function a half a dozen times or so, how much interaction would you have with either Christopher Albert or Julie Albert or even Colin Albert at those functions?
Just casual conversation, be cordial, and just typical conversations, you know, hi, how's it going, things of that nature.
Now, with reference to these experiences or relationships, or lack thereof, that you had with Christopher and Julie Albert, what, if any, conversations did you have with your supervisors as far as superior officers within your unit in regard to this?
I explained the connection with my sister to the Albert family.
And who did you explain that to?
That would be Sergeant Buchanan, Lieutenant Fanning, and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
All right, Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, maybe approach the microphone a little closer.
And just with respect to those disclosures, what specifically did you tell either Sergeant Mechanic, Lieutenant Fanning, or Lieutenant Tully?
Basically that the Alberts are my sister's friends, that I've been at some functions with them, and the only kind of connection with the Albert family is through my sister.
And just when you say the Alberts, as far as who specifically within the Alberts are you talking about that had a friendship with your sister?
Julie, Chris, and their son Colin.
Now, with regard to the investigation that you were conducting and the interviews that you conducted, what, if any, impacts did those relationships have with regard to your interviews with them specifically or the investigation in total?
You didn't recuse yourself from an investigation where your sister's best girlfriend was a material witness. That is... And with his superior's blessing. Yeah, I know, Liz. Buchanan only lost 5 days of holiday for not supervising him properly regarding the texts. Yeah. I'm appalled that this Buchanan, who makes $211,000 a year, wasn't fired. As he's a direct supervisor, he not only supported Michael Proctor as a lead detective in this case, he encouraged him every step of the way in everything he did. He should be equally, if not more, responsible for not keeping tabs of his subordinates.
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like a train wreck. You can't avoid looking at it. And when you try to retell the story a few years later, you don't remember all the details. And then you say this video of it. Oh, it was bad. And yet, this is so bad.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, you're aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone.
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
And generally speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
Sorry, repeat the question, please.
Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
You see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021. at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where it comes to more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is, it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next
Bullshit.
message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Trooper Proctor knows exactly who the people are in this text chain. Exactly. But they are trying to have him avoid responsibility by, oh, I don't know this person, although he just said that this is a text chain between me and people I have known for years, including but not limited to his colleagues.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that, is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there, what is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to be?
Maybe approach.
Sure.
He is so full of shit. Absolutely full of shit. It is. Here again, he's trying to avoid responsibility by only narrating.
10-minute break, okay?
By only narrating. But we know what happens during cross-examination.
Please.
Still on the oath?
Yes, sir.
Procedure, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text, stating what's that? I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what do they say?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
And this gets what happened from this message going forward. Since there are cops talking to cops, this makes it part of the investigation. Because they are morons. They thought this would never surface. And that is thanks to the federal investigation.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number, what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house?
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him? That's what I initially thought after talking to Can Paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friend, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
There, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
Yeah. This is him in his text messages with friends and cops making shit up. Never was there ever any communication, any video, any text, anything about them having a fight in the car. That is Trooper Proctor making shit up. And that is why it was objected.
I didn't speak out loud or out of turn.
If the objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
And Bev overrules.
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the can cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point to him?
He's so desperately trying to not
So, sir, at the bottom
say
of page
all of it.
2535, you have a response. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. If the reading-
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mhm. Okay. It's a HTML link, whiteout /Proctor iCloud /group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated 50th, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Rita struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29, 2022 at 11:04 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you read that response to the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Here she tries to sugarcoat his absolute. Now, do I use foul language? Yes, I do. Know what the difference is? I'm not a fucking lead detective in the investigation of the death of a cop.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point.
Yeah. And you made that without talking to them. You never went there on the day of the 29th. You never checked the house. All you did was to make sure the house owner was never investigated. Pin it on the girl.
Indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possible.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. The number ending in 4146. Question is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that?
Miss Reed has a condition, chronic illness, and he calls her cunt, leaky balloon. This person, that motherfucker. And I can tell you this, if he speaks this freely in this text thread, he does it all the time, and he does it with all women. This is no accident or a one-off. This is him. What he writes here is the core of who he is.
In reference to?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made.
Oh, fuck.
That I'm not proud of.
Yes, you are. Here's the thing. He looks down, oh, poor me. No, he's not sorry for what he said. He's sad because he got caught. Carrie, the jury did not want to convict her. A few of the jurors thought manslaughter, but they could not agree. Again, I say this once in a while. If you're going to troll me, if you're going to be an asshole, be funny, or be correct. That's your two options. If you can't be either, fuck off. No, Carrie, I won't talk to you. I'm going to tell you stuff. If you come here and lie, like you do because you're a lying liar who lies, go away. Fuck off. Be funny or be correct. That's the two options you have if you're going to come here and troll. Can you do that? I will give you one more chance. Be funny or be correct. That's your two options. Your choice.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
These juvenile unprofessional comments have zero impact on.
And Carrie fails. Okay, everybody, this is Carrie Meshet. She's a lying whore. She said, my data is that they were convicted on one charge. No. You are provably a liar. So fuck off, you piece of shit cunt.
On the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but
And
they
she's gone.
absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Now, may I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
I don't have time for boring trolls.
Now, Trooper
Or
Proctor,
lying trolls. Be funny
contained
or be
within,
correct.
you've seen text messages amongst
That's it.
yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I had reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent date and time, last message sent date and time, what is indicated on this first page?
First message sent date time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had a stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney. Correct?
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And they know.
Jen McCabe never testified to that. What she said that in the that she talked to Julie, and that she told Proctor that no, she didn't. Weird.
Was you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." It was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, "Yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide."
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th. What were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone.
You didn't share anything specific with your family, and here you are in the first few lines of communication. Say, hey, I found a guy. I talked to your friend Jen McCabe, and your sister starts revealing the family connections. That's damn specific. Yeah, and Jen this year said Proctor has misrepresented what she said in his report. Yeah. Isn't his sister one that got the gift? Yeah, the gift that send it to my sister instead. Text.
It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Ha!
Turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the content is.
All right. My sister starts off, the Can't thing is a homicide. I respond, this is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone. She said, of course not. I respond, and
So you try to keep this a secret, and thank the feds for revealing this. Why would you want her to keep this a secret if everything was innocent? Why?
very least it's suspicious. She responds, this is your livelihood. And then I would never miss with that.
Yeah. She tried to tell you, this is your livelihood. Step away. And you didn't. Your own sister tried to tell you, hand it over to somebody else. You're going to get fucked. And guess what, Trooper Proctor? Former Trooper Proctor? Your sister was correct. Now you're a disgraced former trooper whose everything you ever done in law enforcement is in question. Disgraced. Fall guy. Scapegoat. She tried to warn you and you didn't listen because you had a job to do. Pin it on the girl.
307, I respond, Julie and Chris are at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them.
Direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, what's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond, get Elizabeth one. Elizabeth is my wife.
Oh yeah, that's how it was. Let's listen to that again.
What's up? She responded, nothing. I just saw Julie and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And
His sister just saw Julie Albert, who said she wants to send you, Trooper Proctor, a thank you gift.
I respond, get Elizabeth one.
And you respond, give it to my wife. Why? Because it's less suspicious? That, folks, is bribery of an official. Bribery. Your sister tried to warn you. Julie Albert wanted to give you a thank you. Why would Julie Albert want to give you a thank you gift? For what? Unless it is about the investigation where you, Trooper Proctor, made sure to keep the Alberts out.
Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. And then she writes, Elizabeth, question mark? I respond with, she's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded, yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop.
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
How would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who's speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And the document, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say? Who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
This is during a duration of months or weeks at least. Because this is who you are, Trooper Proctor. You're a scumbag, a complete asshole.
I approach the retriever.
Yes. All right, so Trooper Proctor, the jurors can't hear you. So speak directly into your microphone the way I'm doing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Debrief for Johnson.
Okay,
How long am I going? I'm trying to get the entire direct examination. I don't remember how much further it is, or if it goes on into the next day.
Conversations that's within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police.
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
Before I get into that, though,
Yes.
attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to at that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of the fact?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew that.
That's at that point in time, you had interviewed, what was it? 3 people: Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts, and Karen Reed. 3 people. It took you until the last person at 34 Fairview. It took you up, what was it? Spring of 2024? Or fall of 2023, before you decided to talk to the driver of the truck with the kids. Because according to Buchanan, he asked one of the people in that car, would the other people say the same as you have? And got the answer, sure. So he never interviewed. And it's incredibly stupid to even ask that question and rely on the answer. You actively lied about Lucky, Trooper Proctor. You tried to make it seem like that road was not plowed that night, which you knew was a lie. Because everything adds up to you being a lying liar who lies. Pin it on the girl, protect the Alberts.
There was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
No.
Led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
16 hours later, after talking to 3 people. No, that's not a thorough investigation. That is you protecting the people in the house. Maybe you thought, maybe you did think, hey, there's 2 options here. One is a cop, one is his girlfriend. I'm going to choose to pursue the girlfriend, and that's all you had. It was a 50-50 for you. Maybe. And then it just snowballed. Maybe. Or you're a corrupt son of a bitch who actively plants evidence, who actively deletes videos, who actively does everything in your power to make sure a conviction of Karen Reed is being done with any means.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to the documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, you know, we go off together, hang outside of work, you know, our kids play together, so I'd say, you know, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent date and time and last message sent date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain.
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to this page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I said out without a doubt, he's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. Our office, it's kind of a little bit of a locker room.
Hold on, wait for the ambulance and then speak up. The jurors can't hear you way back where the court officer's standing.
So like I said, the ME stands for medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Buchanan and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. You know, even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose. Always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Rowley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper O'Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in or Sergeant Buchanan not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico busted each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
May I approach your room?
Yes.
Another document asking, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Text messages between myself and Trooper Chico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I started out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job.
That's Trooper Proctor calling the medical examiner a whack job. Why? Because despite communications to her, look at the investigation, look at our conclusion for the investigation, she still had it as undetermined.
Trooper Chico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined of what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
Bullshit.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
This packet.
One p.m., is that correct?
Yes,
And that's a message sent from Trooper Kaskowski, is that correct?
correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, and see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. You know, I may approach just to point it out.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022 around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
Again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
This is you continuously talking about, and I believe both the medical examiner, because she's a woman, and about Karen Reed, because she's a woman. This is who you are, former Trooper Proctor. You're an asshole. Through and through.
Now, if I could direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, "That's her. Smoke." Trooper Kukowski again, what'd she say? I respond, said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico, oh, fuck her, bitch.
That recording, that what they claim is on that recording is not what she said. So they are lying to each other. Hey, Brett.
Thank you, sir. Can I approach your retrieving arm?
Yes.
Sir, with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Can we give another set of documents to recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And it's fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, so go with the date and time again, please.
Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now,
Going through Karen's phone, no nudes so far. Somehow, I would like the women in his past to come forward and tell us what kind of man has Proctor always been. And the comment about I hate that man, I truly hate him. He's talking about Karen's lawyer. And you tell me that he ran an unbiased, honorable, with integrity investigation? Oh, bullshit.
with reference to the investigation at this point, you're talking about his client's phone. Who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regards to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant from Ms. Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Ms. Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and it made my supervisor.
And here he tries to claim that he went. Here's the thing, folks. When you have a phone in your possession and you know that the person has retained an attorney, you do not get to go through it at all. It is sent to a taint team first. But you decided, you absolute vile, unprofessional, incompetent, corrupt human being, that you would go through it anyway. And thank you, Gavel Guy. $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Saying, Nick, thank you for this coverage. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. And I also forgot a while ago, sorry, Tammy, gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, both of you.
Aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Carino, and where did it go from?
Did you hear that? Then you got a search warrant for the contents and you handed it away. You went through her phone before you had a search warrant for the contents of the phone. You absolute perv.
Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Grey Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with
Bullshit. You vile. This is so vile. How he so effortlessly, despite being caught with so much, he still tries to lie. And thank you to Liz Bird, gifting 5 membership. Thank you so much. You gave yourself one. You gave DSN, Bahira, Raisa Bey, Torres, and Best Gun Losing Detective. Everybody who was gifted one, say thank you to Liz Bird. Thank you so much. That is so, so nice of you.
reference to your access to the phone.
Yeah, exactly, Gina. Wait, he said earlier going through his real client's phone, so he knew she had an attorney. Yeah. Isn't that strange? It's almost as if he is lying.
Were you looking for news or anything like that in regard to the defense?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Ms. Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
You're such a bad
And so,
liar.
sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were?
All right. At what point did Canton L East learn about Karen Reed's broken taillight, and then create a story around Karen. I think, this is my opinion, is that nobody knew about Karen's taillight until they went to Karen's house, to Karen's parents' house. Nobody knew. That is the point when they say, oh, cracked taillight. Then they found the ring camera. Oh, she bumped into John's car. Let's make up a story. Let's make up a story to protect the Alberts and pin it on the girl. Make her plead out. Make it easy. Charge her with manslaughter. She might plead out to something lesser, and then she didn't. So they overcharged her, and here we are on the second trial.
Able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone.
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time.
Karen Reed retaining an attorney is communicated. You decided to go through the phone anyway. My bet is that this scumbag wanted to find something between Karen Reed and the attorney to pin her on, and then have it over. She had some text with her attorney. I didn't read it, and then try to work around that one.
It was quite a long turnaround for that process to have been completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach the retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
Oh, by the way, that is Paul O'Keefe, who, while drunk, crashed into a person and made that person a paraplegic. Almost killed the guy. And you know who bailed him out? Karen Reed. And now he's suing her. And allegedly, he and his wife are now separated because he took his newfound fame as this grieving brother to pick up women. So he's a drunk. He almost killed a guy while driving drunk, and he cheats on his wife. And he claims to have some moral superiority. Fuck that guy. Hey, Derek, thank you for your £2. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, as Gina says, he did say that he may have been drunk when he took the stand in the first trial. I mean,
As it looks right now, it may not. At the most, it will be half an afternoon or something, maybe on Friday. But it does now look good that we'll be able to continue with this. We're out tomorrow, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be full days. and we'll be able to keep moving. All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead. Trooper Proctor.
Okay. That, folks, was the direct examination. It took us 4 hours, which was more or less his direct examination, because I can't help myself but to pause and say stuff. This is a commentary channel. Ta-da! That means tomorrow I will probably be on laid back law at noon tomorrow, but around 2-3-ish in the afternoon, which is 9-10 p.m. here, I will have my slightly buzzed Friday law show where I have a drink or 5. We might have a visit from the Wheel of Regrets, and we will go through with your favorite drinks or drink of choice or non-drink of choice and have a lot of fun on Trooper Proctor's expense during the cross-examination by Mr. Jackson. Oh, but everybody, thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for the super chats, the gifted memberships. It helps a lot to have this channel going. What I earn on this channel, I will spend on my trip to the United States in September. I will be in Utah from September 3rd to September 17th. And then I will be in Miami from September 17th to September 24th. And I will in Utah, I will visit Daniel and Vice Baby. We might be able to get a meetup brought together if you're in the neighborhood. Or if you're in Miami, I will be there between September 17th and September 24th. If you want to meet up, just say so and we will pick a spot, grab a coffee or a beer or something, or a cigar or something, and let's have some fun together. But for now, thank you again from me and Mr. Jingles, who is down here. Hello. Mr. Jingles is the actual owner of this channel. I'm just the face of it. All right. Thank you again. You all have a good one, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay? See you. Bye-bye.
Sail the raven waves, brothers, axes high, shields strong. From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, big because we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.